today pursuant to notice to consider 5 bills and a resolution. We are also meeting on a very significant day for our country. This is the 23rd anniversary of the horrific attack on our country on 9/11, 2011, and 2001. And it's important that we never forget the victims of the 9/11 attack. We've had commemorations this morning around the Capitol. There are commemorations going on in New York. And it's very important, again, that we always remember the victims of that heinous attack on this country. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Today, the Committee on Education and Workforce is taking actions on several bipartisan bills that will improve the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. We start with a tranche of bills aimed at student and child safety, including H.R. 5646, the Stop Campus Hazing Act, introduced by Representative Lucy McBath. Hazing is a persistent issue that endangers young lives and undermines the very promise of an education environment conducive to learning. By strengthening the policies around hazing prevention and reporting, we're reinforcing the message that student safety comes first. And I want to welcome the parents who are here today whose children were victims of hazing incidents. Next, we turn to H.R. 7233, the Jenna Quinn Law of 2024, introduced by Representative Nathaniel Moran of Texas. This bill's story begins with its namesake, Jenna Quinn, a teenage sexual assault survivor. Legislation in Jenna's name was enacted in the state of Texas in 2009 and has already saved countless children from abuse. Now the committee has a chance to apply some of its key protections across the country. This bill allows for grants for child sexual abuse prevention programs in schools, equipping educators to recognize and report signs of abuse early. Jenna Quinn's story reminds us of the urgency to act, and this bill ensures that we continue to safeguard vulnerable children from preventable cases of sexual assault. I also want to highlight H.R. 736, the Protect Kids Act. Thank you to Representative Tim Walberg for introducing this bill that requires schools to obtain parental consent before making changes to a minor child's name, pronouns, or sex-based accommodations. It's a simple but critical way to ensure parents are involved in the decisions that impact their children's lives. While respecting the privacy of students, this bill reinforces the role of parents as the primary decision makers in their children's education and well-being. The committee will always fight for parental rights. Finally, the committee is marking up 3 bills dedicated to our continued goal of helping lower health care costs for working Americans. H.J. Res. 181, also introduced by Representative Walberg, is a great step in that direction. H.J. Res. 181 is a Congressional Review Act resolution disapproving the Biden-Harris administration rule, making it harder to form association health plans, AHPs. AHPs unlock affordable health insurance options, yet the Biden-Harris administration rule restricts small businesses from accessing this vital tool. In passing this resolution, the committee will help small businesses provide their employees with high-quality coverage at lower cost. Additionally, H.R. 3120, the Healthy Competition for Better Care Act, introduced by Representative Michelle Steele, is a bold step forward in ensuring our healthcare system remains competitive and transparent. By targeting anti-competitive terms too often included in contracts, this bill encourages a more open market where employers have better leverage to lower costs and expand access to care. We know that competition drives innovation, improves quality, and reduces cost. This legislation aims to do just that, particularly in the face of ongoing consolidation in the healthcare industry. The last bill today aimed at tackling healthcare costs is H.R. 9457, the Transparent Telehealth Bills Act of 2024, introduced by Representative Aaron Bean. It seeks to ban unnecessary hospital facility fees for telehealth services accessed from the comfort of one's home. With 82% of Americans opposing these fees, this legislation is a common sense solution that will protect patients and employers from unjustified costs and further reduce overall health care expenses. The bills before us today touch on some of the most important issues facing our country, from student safety and child protection to health care access and parental rights. I'm grateful to all the members who've worked diligently to bring these bills to the forefront, and I'm confident that by advancing these pieces of legislation, we are making meaningful strides in the well-being of our constituents and accountability from our government. With that, let's move these bills forward with the urgency they are due and that the American people expect from their elected representatives. Thank you. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. On September 11th, I'd like to say a brief word in remembrance of the nearly 3,000 people who tragically lost their lives 23 years ago after 4 commercial airliners were hijacked and used to strike targets on the ground. In particular, I want to recognize the actions of the 40 passengers and crew aboard one of those planes, Flight 93. Because of their bravery, the attack on the U.S. Capitol was thwarted. We'll never forget the reprehensible attack that occurred in several locations 23 years ago on this day. Now, the task in front of us today, the committee will consider 6 bills, and I'm pleased that the committee will mark up multiple bipartisan bills today and deliver real results for the American people by working together across party lines. Bills such as the Stop Campus Hazing Act and the Jenna Quinn Law represent a meaningful step forward in ensuring the safety of children at home and at school. That being said, some of the bills the committee will take up today would take us backwards by putting unreasonable regulations and bureaucracy in the path of schools and government agencies and raising costs for Americans. The first proposal we'll consider this morning, the Stop Campus Hazing Act, aims to prevent students from dangerous hazing on college campuses. Since the year 2000, there have been more than 50 hazing-related deaths on college campuses, and many of those victims are represented, as you've indicated, here today. But we know that many harmful hazing incidents occur each year, go entirely unreported. This bill aims to protect the health and safety of students by improving hazing reporting and prevention standards. It includes mandates for colleges and universities to report hazing incidents in their annual Clery reports, establish campus-wide anti-hazing education programs, increase transparency about past hazing incidents so that students and parents can make informed decisions about joining campus organizations. And I'd like to thank Representatives McBath and Duncan for their leadership on this issue, and I encourage my colleagues to support the legislation. Second proposal we'll consider only addresses one small part of a much broader Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or CAPTA. Through the reauthorization of CAPTA, Congress can make meaningful steps in preventing and addressing child abuse and neglect by providing states with the necessary resources to strengthen community-based child abuse prevention services. Despite CAPTA reauthorization passing the House on a bipartisan basis in the last 2 Congresses, the bill has yet to become law. The bill before us, the Jenna Quinn Law, essentially specifies that the HHS Secretary can award projects aimed at preventing child sexual abuse. Moreover, I must point out that the Gina Quinn law regrettably does not authorize any new funding for such projects. This subject matter has been a top priority of mine because one of my constituents, Heaven Watkins, was failed by the child welfare system, which allowed her to remain with abusive parents after moving from Minnesota to Virginia and led to her tragic death. I'll offer an amendment today to create a nationwide interstate data exchange that would provide caseworkers with appropriate background information on a family's interaction with the child's welfare system. While ultimately I support the intent of Gina Quinn law, this problem requires a more comprehensive approach. We can and should do more to reduce child abuse and neglect, but this bill will be a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, the next bill we'll consider takes a sharp turn away from bipartisanship and politicizes culture wars over children's well-being in the classroom. The so-called PROTECT Act would require schools to seek and acquire parental consent before allowing a child to be called a different name than the one on their birth certificate. Let me be clear. A parent's involvement in the child's school life is essential to a child's success. However, this bill provides no protections for parents. It just creates more paperwork and bureaucracy while fostering a culture of fear and distrust between parents and schools and between students and teachers. Beyond the obvious fear-mongering that this bill promotes, it makes no sense. Kids give each other nicknames all the time, and we've never needed paperwork for that. It would have been ridiculous and a colossal waste of time every time a single teacher I had in elementary school had to write to my parents to get permission to call me Bobby instead of Robert. But lo and behold, this is what the Republicans would do, create a federal paperwork bureaucracy to make sure that this paperwork and permission slip went back and forth between home and school. For all my colleagues preaching about local control, it's baffling why they think it's not federal overreach to mandate that teachers get parental permission to call a student by their preferred name. I've been in public service for most of my life, and I can't recall a single constituent ever calling me about this. And what I do hear from my constituents is about the lack of action by this body to address the epidemic of gun violence and school shootings. I can assure you that this is what parents would rather us be talking about today rather than culture wars. And for this reason, I'll urge my colleagues to vote no. Next, we'll consider a resolution to nullify the Department of Labor's repeal of an illegal 2018 Trump administration regulation which sought to expand circumstances under which associated health plans, or AHPs, could be offered. The Biden-Harris administration's final rule, finalized in April of this year, is simply eliminating confusion for the regulated community and complying with a federal court's ruling by removing an invalidated regulation from the books because it was found to be inconsistent with the law. Frankly, the committee is wasting valuable time by considering this resolution because it would accomplish nothing other than reinsert the vacated regulation that will never take effect. Beyond the futility of the resolution, the Republicans' goal to expand HPs as a way to lower costs is misguided. HPs may provide lower costs for some cherry-picked enrollees who are younger and healthier, but they do so by avoiding ACA consumer protections and shifting costs to everyone who's left behind. If you take some low-cost people out of the insurance pool, the average cost for everybody else goes up. This resolution is not a serious effort and props up a discredited approach that the Republicans have been pushing for years, that it will lower costs, it will lower the quality of care and raise the cost of care for Americans. So I'll oppose the resolution and urge my colleagues to do the same. The Healthy Competition for a Better Care Act attempts to address the problem of anti-competitive practices in healthcare, which will lead to higher prices for patients, lower wages for health industry workers, and lower quality of care. While this bill aims to prohibit certain anti-competitive terms in group plans, it also includes vague and potentially expansive carve-outs. These anti-competitive practices must be reined in, and I'm hopeful that the committee will take action on this issue in the future. But the bill's loopholes and unprecedented option for states to exempt certain arrangements from the provisions of ERISA undermine what I believe is a good legislative intent. And for those reasons, I regrettably cannot support the bill, but do look forward to additional deliberations on this issue in the future. Finally, we'll consider the Transparent Telehealth Bills Act of 2024. Since the start of the pandemic, our healthcare system has made significant advances in telehealth, and many patients receive care virtually. Unfortunately, some providers still charge patients unnecessary facility fees, even if the treatment did not occur at a facility. Although my colleagues across the aisle described the bill as an attempt to protect consumers from facility fees, the bill, as circulated, only prohibits health care plans from paying these fees. In other words, it does not prohibit providers from charging the fees, nor does it protect consumers from paying them. Democrats are prepared to offer needed amendments to protect patients from these fees, and hopefully the committee can further work together on this issue. It would have been far more productive to address many of these issues in the front end and produce a bipartisan, comprehensive proposal, but hopefully an amendment from my colleagues would ensure that there is a commitment to getting things moving in the right direction. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measure be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The resolution and bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the resolution or to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 5646 for amendment. This bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5646, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require institutions of higher education to disclose hazing incidents and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone, before I recognize a member, I want to announce to all of our members that our wonderful colleague Joe Wilson is in the hospital. Last night he collapsed at an event, and I hope everyone will keep him in our prayers. Normally he'd be sitting right there. So, does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Thompson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Well, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5646 offered by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Identifier H.R. 5646 ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Thompson for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Today I'm proud to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute for a piece of legislation that is long overdue. H.R. 5646, the Stop Campus Hazing Act, will lead to real, impactful, and meaningful change as we look to end hazing on college campuses around the country. First, I want to take a moment to recognize Jim and Evelyn Piazza, who are here with us today. Jim and Evelyn are the parents of Tim Piazza, who tragically passed away in February 2017 at Penn State as a direct result of a hazing ritual at his fraternity. It's admirable that in the face of this unspeakable tragedy, Jim and Evelyn, are here, representing their son and advancing changes around the country in Tim's honor. They supported the establishment of the Timothy J. Piazza Center for Fraternity and Sorority Research and Reform at Penn State, whose research helped to shape the legislation before us today. They've also used their voices to enact some of the strongest anti-hazing laws anywhere in the country in Pennsylvania, and I'm glad that they could be with us here today. Thank you for being here. H.R. 5646, as many in this room know, is a combination of two previous anti-hazing bills, including a piece of legislation I was proud to lead on called Ending All Hazing Act. The Stop Campus Hazing Act before us today would improve hazing reporting and prevention on college campuses, including requiring hazing incidents to be reported by their institutions in their annual security report, also known as the Clery Report. To enable this reporting, the bill outlines a definition of hazing so the campus safety professionals can analyze if a reported incident may constitute hazing for the Clery Report. This amendment I'm offering today also respects state laws like those in Pennsylvania by clarifying that state definitions of hazing are to be respected and used when conducting investigations. Finally, this bill includes a number of transparency measures to ensure that students, parents, and the public have access to information about hazing incidents within any student organization. Unfortunately, hazing has almost become an acceptable part, of college culture. Let me be clear today, those days are over, and we will continue to work to protect every college student nationwide. I'm grateful that this legislation received broad support, as well as support from the National Pan-Hellenic Conference, the North American Interfraternity Conference, and the Clery Center, and the Anti-Hazing Coalition, and many others, who also worked tirelessly over the years to bring us to this point. Thank you as well to the primary sponsor of this legislation, Congresswoman McBath, for your work and leadership on this issue. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this substitute amendment and the underlying legislation. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. McBath, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank every witness, people that have actually been through these horrific incidences. I want to thank the families. I want to thank all the friends that are with us today. As many of you know, my only son, Jordan, was killed in a shooting in 2012. While the circumstances may be just somewhat different, I know the pain of losing a child. I know the hole that it leaves in your soul and the questions it leaves you to continue to dwell on for the rest of your life. The feelings of guilt and the yearning to do anything that you can to reverse the irreversible and to spend just a little bit more time with that person that you lost. To tell them all the things that you wish that you could have during their very short time here on earth. But we know that we're not that lucky. The only thing that we can do now is try to harness our pain and do something positive with it. Try to make a lasting change that will prevent other families from suffering a similar tragedy and creating a long-lasting legacy that truly speaks to the person that you loved so deeply. It's the same reason that I decided to run for Congress, and the same reason that drove Jean Cleary's parents to take their power back as parents and get the Clery Act signed into law after the tragic killing of their daughter on campus in 1986. Jean Cleary's parents made the same argument that I've heard time and time again from families who have lost loved ones to collegiate hazing. If only we had known. If only we had been made aware sooner. If only we had been given a clearer picture of the real situation on the ground, maybe I could have done something different, and maybe my son or my daughter my brother or my sister, they would still be here with me. That's what this bill simply is about. It's about empowering students and families so that they can make an informed decision for themselves about what school they or their loved one attends or the club that they may join, and hopefully save their lives. I want to say thank you to the Diversleys, the Piazzas, the Hip family, the Groovers, the Brownhams, the Kowiaks, and all the families and the loved ones that are here today. And watching from home, those that are watching from home that have been fighting for these changes to honor their children and their loved ones that were taken from us far too soon. I also want to thank Representatives Jeff Duncan and Glenn Thompson for their commitment to seeing this through, as well as Ranking Member Scott. I want to thank Chairwoman Fox for using the majority's limited time to mark this bill up today, and for your and your team's hard work on this incredibly important issue that we have been trying to get something done on for so long. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this truly bipartisan piece of legislation that saves our children's lives. They are the least of these. They deserve to be kept safe in their homes, in their communities, and simply when they go off to college. I look forward to getting this bill signed into law by the President in this Congress and providing a sense of relief and closure for all of you that have been left behind. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to extend my appreciation to you for making this legislation a priority and working in a bipartisan manner. Also want to thank Representatives McBath and Duncan for their leadership in H.R. 5646, tackling the problem of hazing in our college campuses. To the families here today and those who may be watching on television, I want to extend my appreciation for your tireless advocacy to ensure that we move forward with this legislation to ensure that we prevent future students from being harmed by hazing. I support the amendment Nature of a Substitute because it contains core policy pillars of the Stop Campus Hazing Act to improve reporting and prevention of hazing while also providing transparency about hazing-related misconduct by student organizations. Taking together, these policies create a roadmap for a culture shift in hazing on our campuses that will save student lives. Research indicates that hazing is widespread, underreported, and is too often accepted as part of campus culture. Moreover, hazing is a campus safety issue as it threatens the health and safety of students. Too many lives have already been lost, including in my home state of Virginia, with the 2021 death of Adam Oakes, a freshman at Virginia Commonwealth University. And this is why our work to stop Campus Hazing Act is so important. Over the last 30 years, Congress has enacted the Jean Clary Disclosure of Campus Security Policy and Campus Crime Statistics Act, better known as the Clary Act, as part of the Higher Education Act. That was championed by a former chair of this committee, Bill Goodling of Pennsylvania, who felt students and parents deserved to know about the safety conditions at their schools. Since its enactment, the Clary Act has served as a federal consumer protection statute ensuring transparency concerning crime statistics and crime policies to students, parents, and the largest campus community. Today, with this legislation, we ensure that students and parents will be better informed about the culture of hazing on their college campuses. This legislation amends the Clary Act to require schools to report on the incidents of hazing as well as to disclose the institution's hazing policies and student organizations engaged in hazing-related misconduct. Finally, the legislation requires schools to adopt a campus-wide research-informed program to prevent hazing. And I'm pleased to offer my support for the amendment in nature of a substitute as it maintains the core provisions of H.R. 5646 to comprehensively address hazing on our college campuses with the hope of preventing future tragedies. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to, first of all, acknowledge all the parents and families, and thank you so much for being here. And certainly, I have a lot of compassion for the hurt that you felt in losing your children. I do want to commend my colleagues, Congresswoman McBath, Representative Duncan, on bringing forth this bipartisan common sense piece of legislation, the Stop the Campus Hazing Act. Hazing has absolutely no place on college campuses. I served on a college campus as a professor for 40 years. But parents send their students away to school to be part of a safe learning environment where their only opportunities to thrive. Hazing threatens the health and safety of students, and it undermines an institution's educational mission. Many of the Greek-lettered organizations, and I am a 44-year member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and so I do understand the problems that we've had. But many of our organizations are the leading source of anti-hazing educational programming on their college campuses nationwide. But unfortunately, we still see instances where members violate the very values they make a promise to uphold by hazing fellow students. Nearly every state in our union has some form of an anti-hazing law on the books, but they often don't go as far as they need to go. This bill would offer expansive solutions on hazing, and it would give colleges and organizations and students the tools to address, instead of keeping hidden, the varying small-scale violations of the Student Code of Conduct that, if not addressed, will continue to threaten student safety. Congress must take the lead in pushing for the eradication of hazing within campus organizations where it exists today. We must do that. And so this is what this bill strives to do. And that's why I support it, and I appreciate my colleagues for bringing it forth. I do want to urge all of my colleagues to vote, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Are there any other members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5646. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 7233 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7233, a bill to amend the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act to provide for grants in support of training and education to teachers and other school employees, students, and the community about how to prevent, recognize, respond to, and report child sexual abuse among primary and secondary school students.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Moran, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk titled ANS 7233_01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233 offered by Mr. Moran of Texas, identifier ANS 7233_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Moran for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Chairwoman, today I rise to voice my strong support for this bipartisan piece of legislation, H.R. 7233, the Jenna Quinn Law of 2024. This bill comes at a critical time. Child sexual abuse has become a silent epidemic. It is one of the most underreported crimes in the nation. Sadly, in America alone, there are an estimated 42 million survivors of sexual abuse. That's 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys nationwide. And tragically, more than 90% of children who are the victims of sexual abuse know and trust their abuser. Instead of serving as a safe haven for these kids, these trusted adults misuse their positions at the life-changing expense of these young kids. One part of the solution to this tragic reality can be found through preventive education and giving other adults in the lives of these kids the training and tools needed to recognize child abuse and help stop it immediately. Education, combined with a comprehensive set of prevention policies, is an important tool to prevent child sexual abuse. School personnel report 52% of all identified child abuse cases classified as causing harm to the child. This is more than any other profession or organization, including Child Protective Services and the police. For that, we are extremely grateful to our education partners. And that is one of the reasons why my colleagues and I have introduced H.R. 7233, the Jenna Quinn Law of 2024. This legislation will authorize the Department of Health and Human Services to allow existing federal grants to be used by eligible entities for increasing evidence-based or informed instruction on sexual abuse prevention, education, and reporting to teachers and school employees, students and caregivers as well, and other adults who work with children. Importantly, this bill also includes a provision that requires the Comptroller General of the United States to provide oversight and submit a report to the respective committees not later than 5 years after enactment to ensure that the funds are used effectively and transparently. Over the past year, I've had the privilege to meet and get to know the namesake of this bill, Jenna Quinn. She is an incredibly brave woman from Texas, and she has an incredible story of recovery. As a teen, she traumatically experienced sexual abuse at the hands of a trusted adult. Tragically, her story is repeated far too often in homes, schools, and other environments that should be safe for our young children. Yet because of Jenna's tireless work and her bravery and her dedication, the Texas legislature passed the Jenna Quinn Law, which led to more education for educators, students, and parents to help them identify early warning signs of child abuse. Jenna's Law has been heralded as a resounding success, and it has prevented countless young children from experiencing the same trauma as she did. In fact, a study found that after Jenna's Law passed in Texas in 2009, educators reported abuse at a rate of almost 4 times more after receiving education and instruction about that kind of abuse. Now, thanks to Jenna's relentless efforts, more than half of the 50 states in our country have adopted similar legislation that reflects this Texas statute. Each life is precious, Madam Chairwoman, and each life deserves protection. I am confident that this legislation will prevent the evil of child sexual abuse more than we are today, and it'll help identify children who have experienced that or are currently experiencing that, and will find pathways of healing for them. Notably, Senator Cornyn from Texas also introduced a counterpart bill in the Senate earlier this year, and it passed by unanimous consent in February. Now it's our turn in the House to take a meaningful step towards preventing and protecting the most vulnerable. In closing, let me express many thanks to my Democratic colleague, Susan Wild, for her work on this legislation and her support of it. For these reasons, and many, many more, and on behalf of Jenna Quinn, I urge the rest of my colleagues to support the passage of the Jenna Quinn Law of 2024. I yield back.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Ms. Wild, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Moran. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I would like to submit a letter for the record from the National Children's Alliance in support of the Jenna Quinn Law. I am proud to speak today in strong support of the bipartisan Jenna Quinn Act, a crucial piece of legislation that directly addresses the pervasive issue of child sexual abuse in our country. This bill is a necessary and urgent step toward protecting the most vulnerable members of our society, our children. As hard as this may be to believe in this country, child abuse is an epidemic. The CDC estimates that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys will experience sexual abuse before the age of 18. Let that sink in for just a moment. Those aren't just numbers. They represent real children whose lives are being forever altered by acts of violence and betrayal. They represent futures that are being derailed often before they even have the words to describe what has happened to them. In my home state of Pennsylvania, child abuse laws reflect the sobering reality of this crisis. Between 2019 and 2023, there were 32,075 individuals charged in 36,386 child abuse cases, leading to 10,915 convictions. Of those charged, a striking 56% were between the ages of 19 and 35, and 23% of these defendants were charged with endangering the welfare of children, according to the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania. These numbers highlight the widespread and deeply rooted problem in our communities. They also reinforce the need for proactive measures to prevent child abuse before it occurs, which is exactly what the Jenna Quinn Act seeks to accomplish. This bill recognizes that educators and school personnel are on the front lines when it comes to identifying and stopping child sexual abuse. Teachers, school nurses, counselors, and coaches are often the adults who children interact with most outside their homes. They are uniquely positioned to notice changes in behavior or signs of abuse that might otherwise go unnoticed. However, many educators lack the necessary training to recognize and respond to the signs of abuse. And let me just say here, I do recognize the many roles that we call upon our teachers to fill. The Jenna Quinn Act aims to change that by providing schools with trauma-informed training and helping staff recognize, report, and ultimately prevent child sexual abuse. This training is not about turning teachers into investigators. It is about equipping them with the tools to create a safer environment for children. It's about making sure that every teacher knows what to do if a child discloses abuse or if the teacher happens to notice warning signs. It's about giving children the chance to be heard and to be helped. The Jenna Quinn Act will amend the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, providing grants to states to fund trauma-informed child sexual abuse awareness and prevention programs. This will allow schools across the country to implement comprehensive training programs tailored to their specific needs. The bill emphasizes flexibility, allowing states to develop the right programs for their schools while ensuring that federal support is there to back them up. Let me be clear. This bill is a bipartisan solution to a problem that knows no political boundaries. Protecting our children is not and must never be a partisan issue. It should be and is a moral imperative. Our educators deserve the training and resources that they need to effectively intervene in situations of abuse, and our children deserve to feel safe in their classrooms. It's also important to note that this legislation recognizes the long-term consequences of child sexual abuse. Health experts have repeatedly shown that survivors of child sex abuse face a significantly higher risk of mental health issues, substance abuse, and even suicide in adulthood. By intervening early, we will protect children from immediate harm, and we will prevent these tragic long-term effects. Passing this bill is more than just the right thing to do, it is a commitment. The Jenna Quinn Act sends a clear message. We are listening, we are watching, and we will act to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this vital legislation, because together we can ensure that schools are places of safety and healing, not environments where abuse goes unnoticed. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Weil. Mr. Mervan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would like to thank Representative Moran and Representative Wild for their leadership on this issue. Protecting children from abuse and predatory behavior is personal for me. As prior to becoming a member of Congress, I was a North Township trustee, and we worked a program. My sister-in-law, who was a survivor of child sexual abuse, turned to opiates and left 3 children behind. She was trying to mask what was going on, so 2 nieces and a nephew who have lived without a mother. And my wife, who also is a survivor, wanted to be able to make a difference. And so we went into the schools and we partnered up with the U.S. District Attorney's Office and Child Protective Services and put a curriculum together with professionals. And we talked to 12,000 K through 12 individuals in the state of Indiana. And with that, 73 young people came forward, which I wasn't prepared for because of the enlightenment and uplifting the stigma of what was going on. And the media picked up on those stories and uplifted the stigma of survivors and what it takes to go through that. And with that data, we went to the Indiana State Legislature and passed a piece of legislation that was called No More Secrets that mirrors what this piece of legislation is. And so the success of this piece of legislation for Representative Moran and Representative Wild and all survivors will be, you will see going forward when this passes, there will be an article in the paper that a child was saved or recognized or life was changed because this piece of legislation allowed them to go to an adult to be able to make a difference. So you'll see that in real time, and that will be the measure of success of this bipartisan piece of legislation. And so not only do we have to pass this and make sure that the United States understand that, but we also have to reauthorize the Child Abuse Prevention Treatment Act and also make sure the CDC has the funds to be able to protect more studies to protect survivors that are going through this. So I commend this bipartisan approach and have dedicated 5 years of my life to making sure that we lift the stigma and protect children and survivors against predatory behaviors, and this is a step in the right direction. So with that, for all of you who are here today who have a stake or stakeholders in this, I proudly support this bill and yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mervan. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. I do rise in support of this bill. I want to thank Representative Wild and Representative Moran. This bill would be an excellent step in the right direction to address the silent epidemic of child abuse. Far too often, child abuse goes unreported. Too many children never receive justice. Too often, offenders commit abuse for years without being reported. It's estimated that 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 boys are sexually abused before the age of 18. This is an unacceptable reality. Research shows that with the right training, the rate of identifying abuse and reporting goes up significantly. We owe it to our kids to create environments where their parents and their teachers know the signs and can stop and even prevent abuse from happening in the first place. Teachers and other school staff account for over 50% of identifying and reporting cases of child abuse, more than Child Protective Services and the police. We must do more by equipping them with the knowledge of the signs of abuse and the tools to report. We also owe it to our children to teach them what the signs are and who to talk to if they experience early signs of abuse so that they can be empowered to report and to report early. And we know this does work. When Texas passed Jenner's law and required child abuse prevention education, we saw results. Teachers were reporting child sexual abuse nearly 4 times more often post-training. This bill would allow federal funds to be used to expand prevention training and education throughout the country. We can do better by our children by passing this bill, which is why I'm very proud to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to also thank Representatives Moran and Wild for their leadership, and while the legislation would take an important step to improve prevention, awareness, and reporting of child sexual abuse in schools, it comes really too short of a comprehensive reauthorization of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, CAPTA, that is greatly overdue. CAPTA was last reauthorized over a decade ago, in 2010, and a timely reauthorization is a solution needed to prevent child abuse and neglect from happening in the first place and provide better treatments to address child maltreatment. In both the 116th and 117th Congresses, the House passed a bipartisan, comprehensive CAPTA reauthorization bill, the stronger CAPTA. Regrettably, a CAPTA reauthorization still has not become law. Now, if the bipartisan stronger CAPTA bill had been signed into law, it would have provided states with necessary resources to expand locally driven prevention strategies which strengthen families and invest in child protective services agencies. Unfortunately, the bill we're considering today does not provide any additional funding to implement its proposed grant program on child sexual abuse prevention and awareness, while the stronger CAPTA would actually provide states with the resources to strengthen their prevention efforts. Research shows that the best way to support families is to provide both targeted prevention to families at high risk of child maltreatment and provide prevention services that reach families before they become vulnerable to the factors associated with maltreatment. Additionally, stronger CAPTA would have streamlined communication between child protective service agencies across the country so that critical information is not lost across state lines. Such a system would likely have saved the life of Heaven Watkins, an 11-year-old girl from my community who tragically died because local child protective services had no way of knowing that her parents had a history of child abuse in another state. Had the reforms in stronger CAPTA been in place, Heaven's death would have likely been prevented. By investing in prevention strategies and improving the collection and sharing of vital information, we can keep children like Heaven from slipping through the cracks. The bipartisan stronger CAPTA bill was based off a mutual understanding that Congress must do more to support children and families. There's no doubt that Congress has a vital role in helping states protect children from immediate injury, and lifelong emotional trauma associated with child abuse and neglect. So I look forward to working in a bipartisan manner to build on H.R. 7233 through a comprehensive reauthorization of child abuse prevention and treatment, CAPTA. But in the meanwhile, H.R. 7233 does go in the right direction. I'll offer an amendment to cover the interstate data strategy. And while we wait for a comprehensive reauthorization, I will support the amendment nature of a substitute and the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Scott VA 037.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier SCOTVA _037.
Okay, I got it.
Madam Chair, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, while I appreciate that the bill takes steps to improve the prevention, awareness, and reporting of child abuse in schools, I think we need to do more to strengthen the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. As stated in my opening statement, I think we need a full reauthorization. And one of my key priorities for full reauthorization is interstate data exchange system. I truly believe we need to strengthen the system to provide caseworkers with additional background and information on a family's interaction with the child welfare system in another state. So since we are amending CAPTA with H.R. 7233, I'm offering an amendment to also add something else that would be critical in helping prevention services for children. My amendment would require the Secretary of HHS to establish an electronic interstate data exchange system that allows states to share information from their child abuse and neglect registries with other states for the purpose of child safety. This would streamline communications between child protective service agencies across the country so that critical information is not lost across state lines, which was the case in the death of Heaven Watkins, an 11-year-old girl from my community who tragically died because the local child protective agencies had no way of knowing that her parents' caregivers had a history of child abuse in another state. And she's not alone. Other children have experienced abuse at the hands of abusive caregivers. For example, in 2017, a 2-year-old was found dead of neglect by his parents in Pennsylvania, and this came after years of reported neglect in Pennsylvania and other states. Another example is the death of a 4-year-old in Texas who was killed by an adult in her life, though the local protective agencies had been warned and her mother had run-ins with child protective services in another state. An interstate data exchange system would have also prevented needless deaths of countless children at the hands of abusive parents whose actions are not monitored across state lines. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
I recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois and ask if you insist on the point of order.
Madam Chair, I insist on the point of order pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The amendment is not germane to the underlying bill, as the subject matter of the amendment offered is different from that of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The subject matter of the amendment to H.R. 7233 is about transmitting data on existing child abuse offenses. H.R. 7233, on the other hand, relates to a subject matter that is different than the proposed amendment because the underlying bill is limited to addressing child abuse awareness and prevention programs.
Thank you. The chair is prepared to rule. Does any other member wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair. There's no mandatory reason why the amendment would have to be ruled out of order. It's an important addition to the bill, and I would hope that the chair would allow it to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. The chair is prepared to rule. The gentlewoman has made a point of order that the amendment is beyond the bill's subject matter. Germaneness is construed narrowly in order to support informed consideration of legislation. The chair finds the amendment as beyond the bill's subject matter. The amendment is a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. Does anyone else wish to Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233? We will now move to consider the next bill. Excuse me. Sorry, Bobby. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7233. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry. Is the gentleman asking for a recorded vote on the amendment nature of a substitute on final passage?
On final passage.
This is the amendment nature of a substitute, okay.
Would Mr. Moran say again what he means? The gentleman withdraws his motion. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 736 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 736, a bill to require elementary and middle schools that receive federal funds to obtain parental consent before changing a minor child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name on any school form, or allowing a child to change the child's sex-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Wahlberg, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled H736ANS/02.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 736 offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier H736ANS_02.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Wahlberg for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I thank the chair for including H.R. 736, the parental rights over the Education and Care Act of their kids, or Protect Kids Act, in today's markup. Across the country, we're seeing a rise in policies aimed at keeping parents in the dark about what's happening at their children's school. The latest and most noteworthy example of this is California's AB 1955, which prohibits schools from having policies that require parental notification about their child's behavior while in school. However, this is nothing new. More than 1,000 school districts across our country have enacted policies that withhold information from parents about their own children. Parents Defending Freedom, or Defending Education, reports that over 20,000 schools have these policies, impacting roughly 12 million children, or approximately 1 out of every 5 students. This is simply unacceptable. Teachers at Eau Claire Area School District were told during a professional development session, and I quote, "Remember, parents are not entitled to know their kids' identities. That knowledge must be earned. For heaven's sake, don't birth pains and stretch marks and paying school taxes earn that right? What about housing, clothing, feeding, loving? Aren't those things enough as well?" This is just one example in a litany of tragic but damaging policies that seek to cut parents out of the important decisions and conversations with their own children. These policies are out of step with a vast majority of Americans, and importantly, the parents of these children who simply want the best for their children. The Protect Kids Act, which I introduced with Senator Tim Scott, would require that federally funded public elementary and middle schools obtain consent from the parents before changing a student's gender markers on a school form, pronouns, or sex-based accommodations, including bathroom or locker room assignments. Why would schools require parental consent for their child to go on a field trip or acknowledgement of a failing grade on a test, but something as significant as sex-based accommodations or going by a different identity is deemed too much to share with parents and therefore must be hidden from them? This is unacceptable and runs counter to the constitutionally affirmed right that parents have over the education and upbringing of their children, let alone the God-given authority, responsibility, and accountability placed in the parents' hands at the birth of their child. Their child. They have the right to know when their child is attempting to make major life changes. And so I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I yield back my time.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move to strike the last word and rise in strong opposition to this bill.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, when I came to Congress, I came to Congress because I wanted to make sure schools were properly funded, well-staffed, and that every child had access to a quality education. Instead, I find myself sitting in yet another markup of a bill that furthers none of these aims, but spends our valuable committee time, resources, and taxpayer money to play political football with the lives of kids and families. It's a waste. But what's worse is the destructive impact on real people's lives. What H.R. 736, the purported Protect Kids Act, does is insert politicians into the parent-child relationship and puts school staff in control of how and when families have deeply personal conversations. The text, which is riddled with false assertions and bad faith arguments in the findings of the introduced version, requires parental consent to be obtained before changing a child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name on any school form, or allowing a child to change sex-based accommodation. It does not amend the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which already requires parents be permitted to inspect and review their child's educational records maintained by the school, but instead accuses schools of a concerted effort to hide information from parents. Now, as an educator, I know the importance of parental involvement, as a former educator, I should say, but I also know firsthand that not every child lives in a safe, supportive home. Years ago, when I was a public high school teacher, one of my students was outed to his parents by school employees. He was viciously beaten by his father, then transferred to another school. It's fair to say that all school personnel involved regretted how it was handled. His story, tragically, is not an uncommon one. A staggering 40% of all homeless youth are LGBTQ, largely due to familial rejection. Nearly 7 in 10 LGBTQ youth report anxiety, and over half experience symptoms of depression, and 40% have already seriously considered suicide in the past year. Good teachers care about their kids, and good teachers know that a relationship with parents is important. But when home is not safe for LGBTQ kids, school becomes their safe place, and teachers should be their cheerleaders, not their first bullies. This bill frames school personnel as involved in a concerted conspiracy to, quote, deliberately hide information, end quote. Quote, encourage children to keep secrets, end quote. And, quote, sabotage the parent-child relationship, end quote. I resent that characterization of our educators, and I reject it. I can tell you from my own experience as an educator, the requirements that this bill imposes will put educational professionals in an impossible bind. As a teacher in California, I had a duty to report suspicion that a child may be in danger at home, a duty which teachers in many other states also share. If I were required to report a child's identity to a family that I knew would not be supportive, I would be subjecting that student to a home situation that I knew would harm them. No matter the eventual result, I can be sure that the trust the student had in me would be broken. This bill forces good teachers to be in a situation where they do bad things. It alienates students from their parents, it outs children, it forces kids back into the closet, it is a fundamental invasion of privacy that puts young people in danger. Now, transgender children are already overrepresented in the foster care system, juvenile detention centers, and homeless shelters. Our focus should be on giving parents and teachers the tools to ensure that children don't fall through the cracks, not close off their options. Now, I will always vigorously defend the rights of parents to raise their children and to be actively involved in their education, and I will defend the rights of children to learn and grow in a healthy, safe environment. H.R. 736 needlessly puts the safety and well-being of transgender youth at risk, imposes government interference in a relationship between parents and children, and demonizes educators. So I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Ms. Miller, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Congressman Wahlberg, for your leadership on this important legislation that upholds parental rights. Protecting parental rights is not a waste. It is a #1 priority, and I'm proud to be co-sponsor of Parental Rights Over the Education and Care of Their Kids Act. Parents are the only ones who should be making decisions that shape their child's development and well-being. This bill mandates that elementary and middle schools secure parental consent before making any changes to a child's gender or preferred name, as well as before changing which locker rooms or bathrooms they are permitted to use. Under the Biden-Harris administration, safeguarding gender-specific spaces has become more critical than ever. Time and time again, we have seen Joe Biden and Kamala Harris attempt to force our girls to use the same bathrooms as biological men with no say from parents. The American people are fed up with these policies, and it's long past time for us to stand up in defense of American parents. This legislation does exactly that by forcing schools to involve parents in decisions that have profound and lasting impacts on their children. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill is another effort by the majority to further harm and marginalize transgender students in our schools. These students are there to get an education in a safe and welcoming environment, something I believe we all want for all of our children. Legislation like this would further alienate students from their teachers and classmates and affect their mental health, which then impacts their ability to focus and learn. This bill is one of countless others that the majority has put forward this Congress, attempting to reduce the rights and dignity of our transgender students. The majority has decided this takes priority over reducing student debt, school violence, and student hunger and homelessness. The majority is once again hiding from its responsibilities to the American public by focusing on another one of its culture wars. And so in the wake of school shooting just last week, this is an insult. We need to refocus our agenda on taking care of our students and setting them up for success. And that includes upholding an environment of respect and dignity in the classroom for all students. As an educator of 40 years, I know the future of America resides in the classroom. And so we must take that reality more seriously and focus on the big issues impacting our students. This bill would do harm to many of our students, so I stand in opposition against this bill. I yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
The bill before us simply requires that elementary and middle schools who willingly take federal dollars must obtain parental consent before changing a child's gender, pronouns, or name on any school form. Sadly, Parents Defending Education has collected data shown there are over 20,000 schools across the country that have policies that prevent or prohibit faculty and staff from disclosing a student's so-called gender identity to his or her parents without the student's permission. So these schools permit the child to self-diagnose and then support them in deceiving their parents in a most life-altering decision. In my own district, Albemarle County Public Schools, outside Charlottesville, says, quote, gender-expansive youth often experience significant family challenges. Prior to contacting a student's parents or guardian, the principal or designee should speak with the student. If the student does not want the school to contact the student's parents, the school shall honor that request. This is heartbreaking and has terrible consequences for our nation's children. It's also the epitome of the progressive nanny state that says that the government can manage your family better than you can. This is what they do in police states around the world. Schools with these policies are driving a wedge intentionally between parent and child. Worse yet, they're doing irreparable harm to the child. The left's gender ideology feeds on confusion and exploits the vulnerability of children. Adults must stand firm on the truth that there are only two sexes and two genders. We should not perpetuate the lie that there are any other genders by keeping secrets from parents. Is there anything worse you could do to a parent than to treat a child at school as a different gender without telling the parent? I disagree so much with the federal government's general involvement in education, but the federal government does have a fundamental job to protect the God-given rights like those of a parent towards the care of his or her own child. So I support this legislation. I urge all my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of the substitute and the underlying bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is yet another attempt to micromanage educators, continue the ongoing attack against LGBTQI+ students, and legislate parent-child relationships. Schools should be a place where children and teens feel safe to live and learn as their authentic selves. Sometimes school may be the only place where students feel safe at all. And although many transgender and non-binary students have supportive parents, unfortunately, this is not always the case. Students may fear negative repercussions or even outright abuse at home if their preferred gender identity or chosen name becomes known to unsupportive family members. And as Mr. Takano made clear, a large percentage of homeless youth are LGBTQ because they are afraid to go home or kicked out of their homes. Forcing schools to out students to their families is not only unnecessary, it very well could be dangerous for the students and their mental health and well-being. Additionally, it's unclear what counts as a school form under this legislation. Does it include attendance sheets or seating charts? Are teachers required to address their students only by their full legal name and the pronouns they were assigned at birth? Can a teacher label a student desk or put a name tag on the classroom door without fearing that their school's federal funding may be revoked? That's not clear. Requiring schools to get parental consent before using students' preferred names and pronouns, frankly, is ridiculous. Any child who uses a nickname of any kind would be affected by this legislation. For example, if my colleague who introduced this bill, Mr. Wahlberg, went to an elementary or middle school, if he were a student there, he'd be forced to submit a request for his teachers to call him Tim instead of his legal name, Timothy. Now, this is a needless requirement that would further burden educators and school staff. Now, finally, I want to publicly call on the committee majority. If we truly care about kids, let's take action on an issue that really matters to school safety in our schools: gun violence. There have been 27 school shootings on K-12 campuses in 2024 alone, with 6 school shootings since the beginning of the 2024-25 school year, including the recent massacre at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Families are sending their children to school not knowing if they will see them again at the end of the day, and we're spending our time discussing names and pronouns and bathrooms. Instead of performing these pointless political stunts, we should be considering bills with the potential that will save lives and keep students safe. It won't matter what the children call themselves if their lives are cut short by senseless acts of violence committed by individuals who should not have access to firearms, especially weapons of war. So for these many reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few weeks ago, the governor of California signed a truly shocking law, unlike anything that exists anywhere in the country, which requires schools to keep secrets from parents when it comes to issues of profound importance to their child's development. In fact, it's worse than that. It actually requires schools to lie to parents. It could require them to create a whole dummy file where the child is referred one way in communications within the school and is referred to another way in communications with parents. And just think about how perverse this is. Several of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have noted that students who are questioning their gender identity are at a higher risk of suicidal ideations. And so here you have a bill that orders schools to keep parents in the dark when their child is at a higher risk of suicide. It's hard to overstate just how perverse that is. And so this bill, the Protect Kids Act, is very simple. It says that we ought to just keep parents in the loop when it comes to these things. I think it's common sense. But, I will say, I think we should ask, why is it that this law in California exists? What's motivating it? And in my view, I think it is an intentional provocation. It is an attempt to turn our schools into a culture war battlefield in order to shield them from scrutiny when it comes to the things that actually matter, when it comes to whether students are actually learning. In California, we have among the worst education outcomes in the country. We have absolutely disgraceful achievement gaps in our schools. We have the lowest literacy rate in the entire country. We have the longest COVID school shutdowns in the entire country. And frankly, the governor of California and the supermajority legislature would rather not talk about those things, let alone do anything about it. They'd much rather provoke culture war battles around issues like this. So I'm glad that this legislation is being proposed. I think its passage will restore some common sense and hopefully allow us to refocus the purpose of our schools on teaching kids to read, teaching them to write, and preparing them for success in life. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I oppose H.R. 736, so-called Protect the Kids Act. This is just another chapter in the majority's culture war campaign. Bill would require schools to seek and acquire parental consent for allowing a child to be called a different name other than their birth name without any exception for obvious safety of the child. Let me be clear. I believe parental engagement is central to student success. Parental engagement in schools is closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. Unfortunately, this bill does nothing to increase or support parental engagement, nor does it do anything to protect students. It simply creates more paperwork and bureaucracy while fostering a culture of fear and distrust between parents and schools and between students and teachers. It's also inappropriate to insert schools into the middle of a conversation occurring between many parents and their children. This bill is another obvious example by this majority of promoting bigotry and fear-mongering instead of prioritizing issues that would actually help families, students, and schools. Instead of addressing learning loss and closing achievement gaps by dedicating funds for evidence-based interventions that respond to students' academic and social needs, such as after-school, extended day, and summer learning programs, the majority is choosing to promote the bullying of marginalized youth. Instead of addressing gun violence, here we are addressing this culture war. Instead of addressing the chronic neglect that has forced students and educators across the country to learn and work in outdated and hazardous school buildings across the country, The majority is promoting overbroad legislation that would burden all teachers, parents, and students instead of working to support students' mental health needs by dedicating funding to additional school counselors and mental health professionals. Majority is choosing to further marginalize vulnerable transgender students, increasing the risk of adverse mental health outcomes. So here we are, focusing on whether the kid should be allowed to be called by a name other than the one on their birth certificate, something that children have been doing since time immemorial. As I said earlier, if federal law required every single teacher I had in school to write to my parents to get permission to call me Bobby instead of Robert, that would have been ridiculous, and it would have been a waste of their time and my parents' time, and we're wasting our time today. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment nature of a substitute and no on the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendment, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 736. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the resolution. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the resolution H.J. Res. 181 for amendment. The resolution was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.J. Res. 181, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of Labor relating to definition of employer association health plans.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the resolution? Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the committee for considering this Congressional Review Act in today's markup, which pushes back against the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to block Americans' access to high-quality, low-cost health care options through association health plans. In 2018, the Trump administration published its AHP rule that did two things. First, it allowed non-industry-based groups to offer a fully insured AHP that is treated as one single plan and regulated like a large employer plan. Second, it allowed self-employed individuals to participate in a fully insured or self-insured AHP. AHPs that were established in accordance with the Trump rule produced savings of up to 29% on average while the rule was in effect. In fact, realtor groups saw average savings of up to 50%. Additionally, CBO predicted that 400,000 people who had been uninsured would enroll in AHPs, and 3.6 million people would choose an AHP over their current coverage, resulting in 4 million people enrolled in AHPs. This is a problem to some. Unfortunately, Democrats have made it a priority to limit choice when it comes to affordable health care options. And 11 Democratic attorneys general sued to block the rule. Furthermore, just 8 days after Biden took office, the Biden-Harris administration intervened in the court process and asked the appellate court to hold the appeal in abeyance. The Biden-Harris administration did this despite oral arguments having already been held, and despite the evidence that AHPs provided quality and affordable coverage that Americans wanted. The Biden-Harris administration continued to block the appeal until this year, when the Department of Labor issued its rule, surprise, surprise, to rescind the Trump AHP rule. We know why the Biden-Harris administration is choosing to kill this rule. If Americans have more affordable and better coverage options than the Obamacare marketplace, Americans will choose to leave the marketplace. Vice President Harris and the Democrat nominee for president, regardless of what she's saying now, has previously promoted the idea of ending employer-sponsored health insurance. My Democratic colleagues are so focused on propping up Obamacare and forcing Americans into one-size-fits-all health care model that they'll block better options that Americans are demanding. Passing the CRA is a good step Congress can take to demonstrate our strong support for providing flexibility to small businesses while expanding health coverage options for employees. We can go further by enacting the Association Health Plans Act, my bill that would codify the Trump AHP rule. That bill has already cleared this committee, has passed the House last year as part of the Choice Arrangement Act. I urge the Senate to stop standing in the way of innovative coverage options for small businesses and pass the bill. Let's get back to common sense reforms that put American workers and families first and improve choice and freedom in health care. And so I urge my colleagues to support this CRA to stop the Biden-Harris administration's repeal, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, H.J. Res. 181 is an exercise in futility. The resolution would nullify the Biden-Harris administration's rescission of a 2018 Trump administration regulation, which, if I might remind my Republican colleagues, was invalidated in 2019 by a federal court, finding it to be inconsistent with the law. Now, the Biden-Harris administration's final rule just simply eliminates this no longer effective language from the federal regulations and just removes an invalidated rule and complies with a federal court final ruling. H.J. Res. 181 would accomplish nothing but except to create confusion as to what law actually governs. If we setting aside the resolution, Republicans' fervent advocacy for the Trump administration's 28 rule, which illegally expanded the circumstances under which the association plans or HPs could be offered, is wholly misguided. And that rule was illegal and has been set aside and would be reinstated, I guess, but still invalid if this resolution were to pass. The invalidated 2018 rule relied on a discredited approach to health care that Republicans have been pushing for years. It would create a two-tiered insurance market that benefits a small number of younger, healthier people and leaves everyone else behind, reminiscent of the ideas heralded in the Republicans' Project 2025. The AHC relies on the fundamental principle, the Affordable Care Act relies on the fundamental principle that everyone should pay a reasonable rate based on a modified form of community rating. This ensures that premiums are reasonable across the entire market, including those who are more likely to have higher health care costs. Now, if you let people who are younger, healthier, and overall cheaper to insure form their own plans, they might get lower costs for themselves so long as they stay healthy. But the people who are left behind, on average, will have to pay more. That's just simple arithmetic. So like proposals the Republicans offered during their failed attempts to repeal the ACA, the Trump administration's 2018 rule would have shifted more costs onto workers, particularly those who are older and sicker, while undermining the key consumer protections of both state and federal law. 2018 rule would have allowed more small employer groups and individuals to join associations that would be subject to far fewer regulations than traditional health plans and would not have the 10 essential health benefits under the Affordable Care Act, such as emergency services, behavioral health care, prescriptive drugs, maternity care, and others. They don't have to provide coverage for those. This would make it easier for associations to cherry pick small employers with younger, healthier workforces. Small employers with those whose workers are older or sicker would obviously have to remain in the traditional market where they would see their their premiums on average increase. Even the Trump administration acknowledged as much in its 2018 rule, saying that it would, quote, will necessarily lead to some favorable risk selection towards association health plans and adverse selection against individual and small group markets. In short, the resolution is a waste of the committee's time. If the majority were seriously interested in lowering healthcare costs, would not be marking up a resolution to return to an invalidated regulation that will never go into effect. We would instead be working to reduce premiums on the Affordable Care Act marketplace and lower drug costs as we did in the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
The resolution today will nullify the Biden administration's efforts to repeal a Trump administration rule that was favorable to association health plans. I support this resolution because the Biden administration's regulations are once again anti-small business. Yesterday, in this committee room, a witness from the National Federation of Independent Businesses, or NFIB, testified repeatedly that small businesses want the freedom to band together to create a larger negotiating pool or to form an association health plan. This provides them with the leverage to offer similar options and benefits that large employers can provide for their workers. The small business community views AHPs as an important solution to soaring healthcare costs that prevent many small businesses from offering the desired benefits to their employees. So why is the Biden-Harris administration trying to prevent small businesses from having stronger negotiating power in the insurance market? Because it threatens their vision for Washington-controlled health care and damages the regulatory power of Obamacare. Bottom line, they want to eliminate employer-provided health care. You see, if these smaller groups, these smaller employers can be forced onto Obamacare, Washington has more of their coveted control. If they band together to become more like large businesses, they have more independence, more freedom, and are subject to less government regulations. My home state of Virginia knows this all too well. In 2022, Virginia passed a state law allowing realtors to join together and form association health plans. Months later, the heavy hand of the Biden administration's Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services sent a letter to our Governor Youngkin trying to block Virginia from implementing the law because it doesn't comply with their beloved Obamacare. The people of Virginia have already spoken. They want access to association health care plans. The federal government needs to get out of the way. The best solution to permit association health plans to prosper is to pass legislation that would codify the practice into federal law, which this committee has already done. But this resolution today is another way we can show solidarity with small businesses and self-employed individuals who are just looking for better health care options, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments to the resolution? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the resolution H.J. Res. 181. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the resolution is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. We now move to consideration of the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 3120 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3120, a bill to ban anti-competitive terms in facility and insurance contracts that limit access to higher quality, lower cost care.
The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone wish to be recognized? Ms. Steele, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk titled H3120 EWAINS01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3120 offered by Mrs. Steele of California. Identifier H3120-EW-AINS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congresswoman Steele for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the Healthy Competition for Better Care Act, or H.R. 3120, a bill that will give consumers more choices and control over their healthcare decisions. It is clear for far too long, hardworking families have been forced to pay more for health care due to consolidation. Across the country, we have seen large health systems engage in anti-competitive practices that restrict transparency, reduce choices, and drive up health care prices. These systems shield themselves from competition through contract terms that restrict health insurers from incentivizing patients to use higher quality, lower priced providers. Importantly, this anti-competitive behavior skyrockets healthcare costs for employers and working families who are restricted from accessing the best care possible. Sadly, our constituents are caught in the middle due to this unfair behavior that artificially drives up cost. Today, healthcare costs and medical inflation continue to rise, and we must address this market manipulation. The Healthy Competition for Better Care Act makes health care better for patients and lower health care costs. It promotes transparency in healthcare, cracks down on anti-competitive practices, and removes restrictions preventing competition in healthcare markets. This legislation will allow employers and insurers to contract with the right hospitals and providers for their patients. The policy will also enable employers and insurers to give discounts and incentives for working families who choose high-quality and low-cost providers. These provisions were included in the 2019 Lower Health Care Cost Act, and last year, our Senate leads, Senator Tammy Baldwin and Mike Brown, led the charge of including our legislation in the Bipartisan Primary Care and Health Workforce Act, which passed the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions in September 2023. CBO estimates that this legislation, as included in the Senate bill, would reduce premiums and increase federal revenue by $3.2 billion over the budget window. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of ERISA, the Healthy Competition for Better Care Act is timely in strengthening employer-sponsored health plans. The changes made by the ANS are meant to reflect feedback from employers and the Department of Labor, and to align the bill with the provisions passed on a bipartisan basis by the Senate Health Committee last year. To clarify, the ANS makes changes only to the ERISA provisions in the bill, but not the Public Health Service Act or Internal Revenue Code provisions, which are outside the committee's jurisdiction. My amendment ensures employers can contract with the right hospitals and enables plans to offer discounts and incentives for enrollees who choose high-quality, low-cost providers. And ANS also removes unnecessary requirements for group health plans to attest to DOL their compliance with the ERISA requirements in the bill. Employers and health plans agree that these attestations are burdensome, and DOL tells us that attestations play no factor in enforcement. Additionally, my amendment adds a state grandfathering option regarding 10-year network agreement in Pennsylvania that was resolved in 2019. This provision only pertains to University of Pittsburgh Medical Center and Highmark contract, which has a unique structure that the bill's requirement would negate. The UPMC Highmark contract is unique in that both entities operate insurers and hospital systems. To ensure that patients do not lose healthcare access, this grandfathering clause is narrowly constructed to incorporate one contract only and not to set a precedent or loophole for other contracts. Finally, the ANS removes extraneous clarifications regarding antitrust and health privacy law, which do not impact the bill's requirements or enforcement. We need to strengthen patient access to health care. We need to improve affordability, and we need to restore value of our health care system. I urge committee to adopt my amendment and vote yes on Health Competition for Better Act. I yield back.
Expired. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I appreciate the support and intent of the Healthy Competition for Better Care Act, this legislation, as written, includes deficiencies that fail to meaningfully address the anti-competitive contracting practices. It's abundantly clear that the cost of health care is rising rapidly in the United States, stretching the finances of millions of working families. Since 2013, the average yearly premium for a job-based family plan has skyrocketed from just under $6,000 to nearly $24,000 in 2023. And the average deductible has jumped almost 78% in those 10 years. We can point to a variety of different causes, however. One of the primary drivers is the rise of national health spending. One of the primary drivers is the consolidation of the provider market in the provider market and the hospital industry. The Congressional Budget Office has found a positive correlation between market concentration and the prices for hospital services. In other words, the greater the market concentration among hospitals, the greater the price increase. Hospital systems with sufficient market power can force health plans to accept anti-competitive contracting terms that raise costs for consumers. Examples of these practices include the all-or-nothing contracting, which forces insurers to contract with all providers in a system or none at all. Anti-tiering and anti-steering clauses, which impede competition by preventing insurers from steering patients to competing providers, and most favored nation clauses, which disallow providers from offering lower prices to other insurers. This legislation, which in part codifies a settlement won by then California Attorney General Javier Becerra, who is now our Secretary of HHS, on behalf of consumers in California, is well-intentioned effort to prohibit these unfair contracting terms that are designed to impede competition and protect hospital monopolies. However, while I appreciate the goals of the legislation, I'm disappointed that the exemptions provided in the introduced text and in the ANS are broad and threaten to undermine the effectiveness of the policy. Most notably, the bill carves out any contract that involves a health maintenance organization, a center of excellence, or a vague and undefined value-based network arrangement. It would also provide the Secretary virtually unfettered authority to provide further exemptions. And in an unprecedented move, it would also allow states to opt out of the requirements and grandfather certain contracts entered into on specific dates. In addition to being a loophole that undermines the intent of the legislation, this is an erosion of ERISA's preemptive provision. With these exemptions in place, I'm concerned that the bill does not sufficiently rein in the anti-competitive contracting clauses that raise costs for working families. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that I support the legislative intent of the Healthy Competition for Better Care Act, and I look forward to meaningful conversations in the area. These are complex issues that require thorough solution, and I fear that rushing this legislation through a committee markup with sizable carve-outs and other deficiencies undermines the bipartisan interest we have in addressing the issue. And while I cannot support the legislation today, I certainly hope that we can work together as this legislation moves forward to close at least some of these loopholes to ensure that it achieves our shared bipartisan goal of improving competition and lowering health care costs. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 3120. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consider the last bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 9457 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9457, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to prohibit increased payments under a group health plan or group health insurance coverage for telehealth services furnished by a provider located at a facility.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Bean, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk titled Telefacility-AINS_01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9457 offered by Mr. Bean of Florida. Identifier tele-facility-AINS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Bean for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A very good morning to you, or good afternoon to you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Education and Workforce Committee. Madam Chair, in a recent bipartisan survey published in The Hill, nearly all participants said they support the federal government requiring true price transparency for health providers. In fact, to be specific, the survey said that 9 out of 10 voters are in support of price transparency, which begs the question, who is that one person that doesn't want transparency? I've been on a mission to try to find them. I don't know if they're here today, but hopefully with such an overwhelming bipartisan support, we'll all agree that more transparency is better than less transparency. In yesterday's HELP subcommittee, a witness, Elise Schumann, who is from the American Benefits Council, sat in that chair right there and talked about one of the tools that can help bring down the cost and efficiency of healthcare is telemedicine. It has exploded. The use of telemedicine has exploded since the pandemic, and it has great promise to bring better healthcare, more efficient healthcare, timelier healthcare to the American worker and the Americans in general. But she told about a problem with telehealth. With its onset, it's something that we need to nip in the bud, and is surrounded by transparency or the lack thereof. Madam Chair, what's happening? Members, what's happening is people who engage in telehealth are unknowingly many times receiving an additional fee, a hospital fee, a facility fee, you name it, but it comes without the clear picture of what could be. So right now, it's a problem that we can solve and then embrace telemedicine as a way to deliver faster, cheaper care and all the promises that telemedicine. The witness talked about a poll yesterday that she talked about from the Winston Group that found that Americans agree, bipartisan Americans agree by an overwhelming majority, 82-9, that patients should not be charged a facility fee when they receive a telemedicine reportment. Often, Madam Chair, this bill will come from afar, separate bill. You just get a bill. You thought you saw the provider, and then you get a bill, you pay for it, then you get a separate bill. So this bill, the amendment and the bill, it's great news. We're going to fix that problem. Should we go forward and pass this bill, we will fix that problem. The exciting news that should we come together and unite, pass this bill, the Department of Health and Human Services has already indicated in their recent fiscal year 2025 budget estimate that this bill, when combined with a similar ban of other facility fees for mental health services, would save the Americans, taxpayers, and Congress $2.3 billion over 10 years. The amendment in the nature of a substitute I'm offering just makes a minor technical change to the underlying bill. I urge everybody to join us. Let's all come together, save money, deliver better health care, embrace telehealth, and let's go forward. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I share the stated goal of the author of this legislation. Congress should take steps to reform facility fee billing practices to protect consumers. However, this bill is flawed and completely fails at its stated purpose for protecting consumers from unnecessary facility fees. Instead of banning or even restricting the fees, the bill attempts to do this indirectly by simply insulating healthcare plans and insurers from financial responsibility of paying the fees. In other words, in a bill proposed to rein in unnecessary fees, there are no actually protections to prevent consumers from being charged the fee. The facility fees are a symptom of increasing consolidation of a healthcare system. When a hospital acquires a physician's office, they often charge a second fee on top of the professional bill charged by the physician. Nothing has changed other than the name on the door, yet the price of receiving the same service has been increased. Charging a facility fee is especially difficult to justify when the service is provided by telehealth. It does not make sense, and it is time for Congress to address this issue. Many states have actually done so in recent years. However, instead of addressing the issue directly, the bill takes a roundabout approach by simply stating that the health insurers and group health plans may only pay for an amount for a telehealth service provided by a facility-based provider, cannot pay any more than one that is not facility-based. This approach, while it insulates insurance companies, employers, and healthcare plans from liability, does not actually prohibit hospitals from charging the fees, and it leaves the consumers exposed to these fees in both in-network and out-of-network situations. In the in-network situations, consumers are often charged a separate cost sharing for both professional and professional service and the facility fee, because the bill provides no protections from these double bills. Even when a patient sees a doctor who is in their plan's network, they will still be exposed to facility fees. In an out-of-network situation under the bill, providers will have free rein to simply bill patients for the balance of any fees not paid for by the health plan. If our experience with No Surprises Act and our bipartisan efforts to protect patients from balanced billing has taught us anything, it's the unexpected balanced bills are financially devastating to consumers. For a bill with the sole aim of prohibiting facility fees, this doesn't prohibit facility fees. Even though the Republicans control the committee's gavel and thus have the onus of passing the legislation, Democrats are ready to step in and approve the legislation and to achieve a stated goal. I hope that one of my esteemed colleagues will offer an amendment to the ENS to protect consumers. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to fix the shortcomings in this legislation. In the future, I hope my colleagues will consider working together to draft a bipartisan bill that accomplishes the stated goals on behalf of consumers. It's my understanding the majority may support the Democratic amendment to actually protect consumers, and if that happens, it will solve most of the problems in the bill. I yield back.
Mr. Scott yields back. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek to be recognized?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9457 offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut. Identifier H9457-MIN-AMD_01.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Facility fees are often used by hospitals to maximize revenue by covering operating and staffing costs in addition to professional service fees. Facility fees for care provided via telehealth when the patient never sets foot in a facility are very hard to justify. Additionally, the imposition of facility fees can significantly increase out-of-pocket costs for patients, leading to higher premiums and overall spending. This creates an added financial burden on consumers and can cost as much as $1,000. There is often little transparency regarding when and how hospitals charge facility fees. Patients are frequently unaware of these costs until after receiving care, leaving them surprised by unexpected charges. As we know, Democrats have worked tirelessly to bring down the cost of health care for average Americans. In the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats made changes to improve drug affordability for seniors and people with disabilities who rely on Medicare Part D. Democrats capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Democrats extended enhanced financial help for those purchasing plans on the ACA marketplace, saving enrollees money on their premiums. Additionally, the bipartisan infrastructure law was the largest internet affordability program in the history of this nation, helping 23 million households save $30 to $75 on their monthly internet bills and bringing affordability, reliable high-speed internet, and accessibility into underserved communities. As we modernize delivery of care, we must also appropriately adjust for billing. While I appreciate my colleague for introducing the Transparent Telehealth Bills Act to address the issue of facility fees, I fear the most important person has been forgotten altogether: the patient. Patients are often charged separate cost sharing for both the professional services and the facility fees. If we are going to do some work on this, we have to make sure we are addressing the patient. This results in consumers receiving double bills, so even when a patient sees a doctor who is in their network, they will still be exposed to facility fees. And when consumers receive care from an out-of-network provider, they often receive a separate balance bill for the amount not covered by their plan. This includes the facility fee. This bill does not address these situations and therefore does not protect consumers from the cost of the facility fees. My amendment would address both situations by preventing healthcare facilities from charging consumers a separate facility fee. Under my amendment, facility fees for telehealth would only be permitted when there is no professional fee available to the billing provider. This approach is fair to healthcare providers who will get paid for their services and to patients who will only receive one bill for the care they receive through telehealth. While it would have been more fruitful to have had more time to work together on this legislation to get this important policy right, I believe that my amendment will greatly improve the bill by doing what the underlying text fails to do and protecting consumers from unnecessary facility fees. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Mr. Bean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to thank the gentlelady from Connecticut who is offering an extra blanket of protection. It is the aim of the original bill and the amended bill that we're discussing now to protect the consumer. So I look forward to partnering with my new partner from Connecticut as we seek to harness the power of telehealth by giving the consumer the greatest protection possible. So I would urge my colleagues to welcome the amendment and let's partner together to deliver better health care to the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I thank Ms. Hayes for offering this amendment also. The Transparent Telehealth Bills Act of 2024 protects group health plans from paying unnecessary and inflationary facility fees for telehealth services when patients often never even enter the hospital to receive the remote virtual care. The committee's goal is to ensure this bill, like any bill, does not leave loopholes for bad actors to bypass the law. Specifically, the bill is not intended to permit hospitals and providers to charge telehealth facility fees directly to patients, a practice known as balance billing. This amendment is in keeping with the intent of the bill and clarifies that there is an onus on the providers themselves not to charge these unnecessary facility fees to begin with. The amendment also increases enforcement for violations by providers if they charge telehealth facility fees. With appreciation for the bipartisan work on this bill and this amendment, I join Mr. Bean in supporting the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by Ms. Hayes. All in favor say aye. Aye. In the opinion chair, all opposed, no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Let's back up a second. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9457 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Now, There being no further amendments pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Will reconvene promptly at 3:45. Thank you. The committee stands in recess. The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. We'll proceed to postpone requests for recorded votes. Who's going to do it? I now entertain a motion to report the bill, H.R. 5646, and recognize Mr. Owens.
Thank you. I move the Committee of Education on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 5646 to the House of Representatives as amended, and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and passed, and do pass.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5646 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
That's a recorded vote.
The ranking member requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
What does that mean?
Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. Miller. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Ms. Lutlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Wilson. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. DeCano. Mr. DeCano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Would the clerk call the vote on any members who did not respond in the first roll call?
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. Miller. Mr. Estes. Ms. Lutlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Sablon. Ms. Wilson. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes yes. Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Omar? Mr. Bowman?
How is Mr. Burleson recorded?
Mr. Burleson is not recorded. Mr. Burleson votes no.
No. Guess not. Is Veronique saying somebody? The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 28 yeas and 2 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 5646 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move on to H.R. 7233. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 7233 and recognize Mr. Moran.
Madam Chairwoman, I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 7233 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 7233 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Moran requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Decano? Mr. Decano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens?
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan?
Aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman?
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 33 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 7233 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move on to H.R. 736. I now entertain a motion to report the bill, H.R. 736, and recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
Madam Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 736 to the House of Representatives as amended, and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 736 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 736 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
You have to speak up. Okay. All right. Mr. Wahlberg requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye, Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye, Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye, Mr. Stefanik. Mr. Stefanik votes aye, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes, Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes, Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye, Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye, Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes, Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes yes, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes, Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye, Mr. Estes. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes yes, Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye, Ms. Chavez-Reamer. Chavez-Reamer votes aye, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye, Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no, Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no, Mr. Sablon. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no, Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes no, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no, Mr. Asanier. Mr. Asanier votes no, Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no, Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no, Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
For the safety of our children, no.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no, Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no, Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no, Mr. Bowman.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 22 ayes and 12 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 736 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move on to a motion to report H.J. Res. 181.
Madam Chair, I think I had a request for a recorded vote on a previous motion on this bill. I'd like to withdraw that request and ask for a recorded vote just on the motion to report.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. So ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the resolution H.J. Res. 181 and recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the resolution HJ Res 181 to the House of Representatives, and with the recommendation that the resolution be agreed to and the resolution do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting HJ Res 181 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Aye. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Woolley. Mr. Woolley votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Giacono. Mr. Giacono votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Wild. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Van. Mr. Van votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 23 yeas and 12 nays.
The ayes have it and the motion's agreed to. HJ Res 181 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now move to H.R. 3120. I now entertain a motion to report the bill, H.R. 3120, and recognize Mrs. Steele.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 3020 to the House of Representatives as amended and with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 3120 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 3120 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We now move on to H.R. 9457. I now entertain a motion to report the bill, H.R. 9457, and recognize Representative Bean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 9457 to the House of Representatives as amended with the recommendation that the bill be agreed to and the bill do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 9457 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Decano? Mr. Decano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman?
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 34 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 9457 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there's no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.